Hello. Good morning, all of you. Good morning, Dr. Darshan Samaravira and our Mr. Salahuddin, sir. So today we are having a seminar for all the teachers, pre-primary and secondary teachers regarding new education reforms. So for that, with our invitation, we have Dr. Darshana Samaravira. So I will give brief introduction about Dr. Darshana. Dr. Darshana Samaravira is the Deputy Director General, Faculty of Languages, Humanities and Social Sciences, National Institute of Education, that means NIE at Maharagama. Further, he is a lecturer at NIE, especially for English language, and visiting lecturer at University of Sabaragamuwa, as well as Open University of Sri Lanka and several other institutes in Sri Lanka. When I go through his CV and profile, actually he has a vast expertise and experiences in education industry, and his faculty and his faculty members along with the NIE other faculties are the main people to do the education reform. So sir, actually, our teachers right now, they do have some sort of understanding about the education reforms, but as the management, we also wanted a resource person from NIE, the main body of education reforms, and to give brief introduction about how the reforms going to be for the next year. And as the teachers, as the academic staff, what should be the changes you have to do the module-based teaching properly for the next year. So for that, I warmly welcome Dr. Darshan Samaravira accepting our invitation. With your busy schedules, you came here and to do necessary workshop for our teachers. So without having further time, I cordially invite you to do the seminar. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Excuse me. Make a fix, Karan. Okay, good morning. I hope those who join us remote can see me and you can hear me. And good morning to everybody. Right, I know that, even though there are a few people here, right now I'm talking to a larger group of around 500 people from the entire network of JMC schools. Right, good morning. And thank you very much for inviting me to meet all the teachers a few people physically and the rest of the teachers online to discuss the education reforms we are going to roll out in 2026. Hope I'm audible to the other places. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Then I think you have, as Ms. Jayasekara mentioned, you have got, say, some kind of awareness already regarding the education reforms and what we are going to do. I want to discuss, say, the major education reforms initiatives with its vision, what our goals are, and how we have aligned these education reforms to the NEC's, National Education Commission's education policy framework introduced in 2022, and how we have, say, planned it for a long time. And there'll be and basically those practical things, and then I want to discuss the philosophy behind this, and what theories we have considered. Right, when we say education reforms, it is not something that happens overnight. It is not like an apple falling from a tree, right? It's a long process, and it's not that something, a fancy thing that happens in the head of one person, right? There are so many people involved in this, right? And we have to, say, look at the international examples, because we are not the only country in the world reforming education, right? There are many countries in the world, right, reforming education, and they have, we have had different traditions, and there are best practices, right, good stories, success stories from the world, right? So there are, to mention a few names, like Finland, Singapore, Japan, right? It's not only Finland, please remember, right? What you see on social media is really, deceiving, right? The people say that we are, going to imitate Finland and to bring that into Sri Lanka. No, we are not going to do that. Right? Finland is only one example. It's true that Finland has been very successful in implementing education reforms as a country, right? But Finland is a country, right? They have their own context, their own culture, their history, right? Based on those, they have become very successful, right? Now, for example, in Finland, teachers don't wear saris, right? But in Sri Lanka, teachers wear saris, right? So, are we going to, if, say, people say that we have learned everything from Finland, are we going to change that? No, right? So there are certain things we cannot, right, change, right? Even if I don't say Finland has the world's best education system, but they have a fine education system, one of the finest education systems in the world, right? According to uh, Pasi Salberg, a Finnish educationist, right? When he presented the case of Finland, he goes around the world presenting the case of Finland. Once, when he presented the case of Finland in the US, he mentioned that at the beginning, when they sent their children to the PISA test, PISA? What is that? What do you mean by PISA? Pizza, right? But pizza, there is a difference. Pizza is the Italian food, right? We are very fond of. Pizza is a test. What is that? Program for International Student Assessment, PISA. It is an international assessment where you can rank the students in the world or countries. You can rank the countries in terms of their education level, right? For example, who are the best? What is the best country in the world for mathematics, science, financial literacy, right? So there are a selected set of subjects, and they conduct a test. They did it for the first time, especially this happened in the OECD countries, right? What are OECD countries? Those who are in education should know these things, right? Especially teachers. What are OECD countries? Please find it. You have your mobile phones, right? Your internet connection, right? Please find what are OECD countries. We should use our smart devices, our connections, not only uh, to circulate things on social media, right? WhatsApp and Facebook, right? YouTube. There are other things we can do with this with the help of the mobile phone, right? What are OECD countries? Sorry, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. See, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, right? So OECD countries, right, they have gathered looking at cooperation in the areas of, right, economy, right? So for economic development, education is a compulsory activity. So Ms. Taranga mentioned that education is an industry. Yes, I totally agree with you. It is a service, and at the same time, education has become the biggest industry in the world. So these countries, right, they have understood this industry very well, right? So they are the people who initiated the visa, right? Now, all over the world, even if they belong to OECD or not, right, there are countries, they send their children to visa test, right? In the year 2000, when they initiated this, Finland decided to send their children. So according to Pasi Salberg, Finland had their fears because Finnish education system has been a very democratic, liberalized system, unlike ours. Right? We have these high stake exams, right, from the grade 5, right? You start facing high stake exams, right? And there is a lot of pressure on parents, students, and teachers. Everybody is pressurized because of the high stake exams. But in Finland, they don't have that. It's a more democratic kind of democratic and liberalized education system. So they thought that their children would not do better. They say their only expectation was to be one step above Sweden, their neighbor. The neighboring country was Sweden. Right? They wanted to be above Sweden. That's all. If Sweden comes last, they thought if we can be up there above Sweden, that's enough for us. So they sent their children. That is natural, right? Now everybody, so in the South Asian region, right, each and every country, now Afghanistan is trying to be, trying to be above Sri Lanka or another country. And we are trying to be right, above another country, right? Maybe Maldives, maybe Afghanistan. That's natural. But they thought, okay, we will beat Sweden, not the other countries. But what happened was, when they analyzed the results of year 2000 PISA examination, they were the world's top. They came top of the world. So that is the beginning for this craze for Finnish education system. People started telling Finland has got the best education system in the world, right? But actually we don't know. We don't know whether it is the best education, because education systems, to me, cannot be ranked, right? Cannot be ranked. Now, Sri Lanka, especially in this region, we have had a fine education system which goes back to, say, we 3,000 years. It's somewhere around 3,000 years ago, right? We started shaping the education system in the region, right? With the Hindu education system, Buddhist education system, Christian education system, Islamic education system, Confucius, in the Cynic societies, they had a different system, right? So we can't say that ours is better, right? Or we can't say ours is not as good as the Finnish system, right? But there are best practices. There are examples. There are good things we can learn from other countries. It is not only countries, right, that talk about education. Right? There are other world organizations. For example, UNESCO. UNESCO is playing a key role. UNESCO is like the the trendsetter for education, right? They're doing a lot. Why I wanted to tell these things at the beginning is, right, the messages being circulated, right, on social media and other media, print media, maybe electronic media, right? They don't tell us the truth, right? As teachers, as those who are in the industry, education industry, we have to find the truth. But I will start with this uh, tagline: transform education, transform Sri Lanka. This is the tagline we have for the forthcoming education reform in the country, right? And people who criticize these education reform, they say, especially the present government, right? So this has got nothing to do with politics. Education and politics, of course, they go hand in hand, but what we do as educationists, right, it has got nothing to do with politics. Because we have, since 2019, we have had 6 ministers of education and 7 secretaries to the Ministry of Education. Right? So it was a kind of a battle for us. Right? So from where do we get this idea of transform? That is my next question. Is it from any politician or a political party or a previous government or from this government, or from where do we get it? The idea of transform education, transform Sri Lanka. And why do we have a tagline for this? Those are a few questions we need to ask, right? When there is something in print, right? Don't just try to swallow it silently. Right? That is, we try to force it and you simply swallow it, keep quiet. No. Right? From where does this idea for transformation come? That is something we need to think. Any idea? Teachers, people in education, in the education industry, right? Before we give this to children, we have to have a better idea. It is like I want to take the say okay, let me put it like this, right? When you travel, I mean, when you take a flight, right? Once you board the airplane, a nicely dressed air hostess comes and O2, O3, right? They stand in the aisle and they start demonstrating the safety measures. Those who have traveled, you know. One piece of very interesting piece of instructions they give you is in the case of cabin pressure goes down, right? There'll be oxygen masks, right? They will automatically come out, right? And they say you have to put on your oxygen masks, right? Because the cabin pressure is down. If you are traveling with children, first wear your mask. First attend to yourself. First wear your mask before you attend to children. That is the second part of the instruction, right? Adults, first wear your oxygen mask, then you will start getting oxygen better. Then only you should attend the children. Why? While attending to children, if you don't get oxygen, sometimes you might become unconscious and you will not be able to save your child. So, my piece of advice for all the teachers, principals, and those who are in education is wear your mask. Right? We are in a context where cabin pressure is going down. First, wear your mask, then attend to children. Teachers, particularly, especially teachers and principals, right? You have to wear your mask. You have to understand this very well before you implement it with the children. Before you implement this in the education context, right? Whether it is government, private sector, or semi-government, whatever, I don't mind. We all are in the field of education. We are in the same industry, right? Government, this industry has in Sri Lanka two sections. One is the charity. Government is doing that, right? And the other one is where different people, different organizations, they have invested in education and they are also doing the same task, right? So from where does this idea of transformation come? It is not the National Education Commission, it is UNESCO. Everywhere in the world, right, UNESCO started talking about this concept of transformation in education somewhere in 2000 and yes, somewhere around 2020, 2021, 2022, right? This is how they started developing this idea, and finally they said it is not a reform we need, it is a transformation in the system we need, right? So the idea comes from the global organization, UNESCO, right? So when they presented the idea of transformation in education, they presented a very good way to define it. Right? They presented three factors to define the concept of transformation. Right? This was discussed at different forums. Right? So if it is a transformation, you should be able to understand that under three factors. What are they? The first one is what we are going to retain, right? In our education systems, there are certain things we can retain, good practices. For example, free education in Sri Lanka, right? Late Dr. C.W.W. Kannangara introduced the concept of free education as early as in 1944. Right? He started working on the concept of free education somewhere around 1931 with the Dunmore, with the changes that happened, as a result of the Dunmore Commission. Right? He, once he got elected as the chair of the executive committee that looked into education, he started working on this area, and he had to work for so many years, 13 years, to get it passed, right, in the uh, country, right? It became it became a reality only in 1944. And in 1945, he initiated the concept of central schools, right? To me, they were the first set of future schools in the world. In Singapore, you have a concept called future schools, right? They have, at the end of the primary education, they have a nationwide assessment, a very scientific assessment. Based on the result of that assessment, they select students to schools for secondary schools, right? So the junior secondary level, as we have in Sri Lanka, right? They call it, they have some other name, and you can't negotiate. Now in Sri Lanka, we can always negotiate. If you have money, you can negotiate the school, right, after scholarship examination. But in Singapore, they can't, right? Those who are identified as extremely talented, they are given admission to future schools. That's what we did in 1945 with 54 central schools, right? The those 55 central schools have produced world-class citizens, including Mr. Jayasekara, right? Mr. Jayasekara and I, we are from central schools, right? So it's because of the scholarship examination, right? We have got admission to the central schools. They were boarding schools. They were boarding schools. Everything was provided. Working language was English in those central schools. Right? Working language was English, and that's why your father speaks very good English. Right? Working language. So everything was provided to these rural young people to flourish, to thrive in their lives. That's what happened. So, can we do away with that? We cannot. Free education and providing support to those who cannot afford to, right, have their education. Right? Those are the things we have to retain. So what we retain is one thing, one factor when we talk about the transformation of education. Second is what we remove. Certain things we have to remove. Can you give me an example? Okay, maybe this absurd school classification we have in Sri Lanka. This is Salahuddin. Now, for many years, we have experienced a kind of an absurd school classification, 1AB, 1C, type 2, type 3. What is the base for this? Facilities. If you can afford the schools where you can have A-level science classes, they are called 1AB schools. How many 1AB schools we have in the country? We don't have many. Right? As a result, right, to study science has become a big problem. Right? Even if you want to, if you don't have 10 A's, you can't get into a school today. In Colombo, it's very difficult. right? So that's why we have an opening for international schools, right? So that should be, maybe, perhaps we can do away with that, to remove that. And the third one is what you bring new into the system, right? What you bring new into the system. So those three things determine a transformation: what you retain, what you remove, and what you bring new, right? So we have to look at this transformation, right, in terms of those three factors. And the entire country has to work together to materialize the objectives of transformation in terms of those three things, right? It is a national responsibility of each and every citizen in this country, right? It is not only the responsibility of the prime minister or the president or the secretary to the Ministry of Education. It is the national responsibility of everybody. So that's why we have this transform education, and that will help us transform the country. That will help us transform the country, right? Countries, not only education, everything. Certain things regarding the country's, say Sri Lanka's maybe economy, maybe social system, right? Certain things we have to, with the transformation of education, we can retain certain things, we can remove some of the things, and we can bring new things to the country. So this idea of transformation in education, it is a kind of a symbiotic, it has a symbiotic relationship with a transformation in the country. So that's why we say transform education, transform Sri Lanka. Right? And why, why should we have a tagline? Is it strange to have a tagline? No. This is a product, right? This is a product we have to market, right? In the other parts of the world also, when they have education reforms, right? They have come up with such taglines. For example, in 1997, in Singapore, when they introduced a new reform, they had a name for that. They had a tagline. They had a label for that. That is Thinking Schools, Learning Nation, TSLN. Thinking Schools, Learning Nation. Study the history of education in Singapore, because it's not a very kind of a long history like we have in Sri Lanka. When we talk about our history of education, we have to go back to Anuradhapura era, right? The written history starts there, right? But in Singapore, they don't have to. It is only after 1965. Only after 1965, right? It's a history of a lifetime of, say, those who were born in 1965, they are 60 by now. By now, they are 60. So it's a 60-year-old system. But they have crafted it very well. In 1997, they wanted to label it Thinking Schools, Learning Nation. Right? So, what type of thinking? The school should think critically, creatively. That's what they meant. Right? With that, they can convert the entire country into a entire nation, into a learning nation. That's what they thought. Because you start, right? You start with the formative years, right? With the children, with the future generation of the country. And by the time they finish their education, the entire nation will be a learning nation. That was their idea. So there is meaning behind these labels. So this is not just a label to sell this, but there is a vision behind this. So transform education, transform Sri Lanka, right? So I will be discussing most of these things with you today, and our journey and our goals and objectives, what our guiding principles are, then the key pillars of this education transformation, right? And what actually happens in the curriculum, that is your objective, right? You want to know what happens in the curriculum because you are the people who deliver the curriculum in the classrooms, right? When it is broken into different subjects, right? So every one of you has the idea, the objective that what is going to happen to my subject. What is your subject, miss? Sorry? Religion and BS. Religion and BS. So what is going to happen to my subjects? The two subjects I'm going to teach, right? So what is your subject, sir? Maths. So what is going to happen to my subject? So that's what you are looking at particularly. But remember, without knowing the entire picture, trying to understand what is going to happen to my particular subject is useless, right? So let's see the big picture and then let's try to understand what is going to happen to my subject. So that's what I'm going to, and the roadmap and implementation arrangements. So we started this somewhere in 2019. The process we started in 2019, right? Actually, in line with the 8-year curriculum reforms cycle. In Sri Lanka, the curriculum reform cycle is 8 years. Every 8 years, we have to change the curriculum, right? That is the policy. That is written, that's written, right? In the year 2000, the Ministry of Education and the National Institute of Education published a small booklet, right, which tells about the curriculum policy of the country. There, they say, right, the curriculum cycle should be 8 years. Every 8 years, we have to bring changes to the curriculum, right? I'm not referring to education reforms. Education reforms is a bigger concept. Curriculum reforms is that is embedded in that bigger concept. So every 8 years we have to change the curriculum. Why? Why every 8 years? Why can't we do it every year? Now we say there is this concept called the knowledge. Uh, knowledge keeps on changing rapidly. That's what people say, right? If that happens, can't we change it every day or every year? No, we can't, because the general education system perhaps is the most complicated education system in a country. School education. Why? There are different segments. For example, in Sri Lanka, we identify it as 5 plus 4 plus 4. 5 years of primary education, 4 years of junior secondary education, and 4 years of senior secondary education. That is the structure of our education system. So we have 13 years. At any given time, we have somewhere around 4 million children. In the government system alone, 4 million children. And we have, on top of that, we have the international schools where uh, teaching learning happens in different mediums, and uh, you there are international schools, they resort to the national curriculum. There are others who have resorted to international school boards. They are also the children of the country, right? So that's a very complex thing. Normally, what we do is, when we start changing the curriculum, we start with the first year of each stage. Grade 1 is the first year of primary. So it goes on for 5 years. First year of junior secondary is grade 6. It goes on for 4 years. And the first year of senior secondary is grade 10. So it goes on for another 4 years. So those are the starting points. When we start that, by the time those who enter the school a particular year, by the time they reach grade 6, they have the new curriculum in their junior secondary. And they have the new curriculum in their senior secondary as well. So the true beneficiaries of curriculum reform or an education reform are the grade 1 children who enter the school in that particular year. But others also get the opportunity because we can't send them off without any kind of you know without being subjected to any kind of change. So those who start in grade 6 with the new curriculum, they continuously go through the new curriculum and they get 8 years, right? And those who start in grade 10, they have 4 years. So the idea is to introduce the new curriculum, parallelly at 3 points and give the opportunity to as many children as possible to get the benefits of the education reform or the curriculum reform. Right? So that's what happens. So that's why you see here, grade 1, 6 and 10, the curriculum development, right? So initial discussions we started in 2019, right? And we developed a national curriculum framework. Like that it goes on. And one of the major criticisms we have right now from the pressure groups is that we could not implement the curriculum changes in 2023 as planned. It's true that because in 1999 we can remember. I don't know whether you can remember. Maybe you were small students by that time. Oh, maybe you were born right after 1999. I don't know. Right. In 1999 we initiated the first curriculum change we can remember in the recent past, right? So the next change came in 2007 after 8 years. And there was another change that occurred in 2015 after another 8 years. And we were getting ready for the 2023 reforms. But unfortunately, the country and the entire world came to a lockdown in 2020. Right, in Sri Lanka in 2020 March, the country came to a standstill. So we could not implement any curriculum change because the schools were closed and the school year got distorted. There were so many things that happened, right? So as a result, we could not go ahead with the education reforms or the curriculum reforms as planned. So it got delayed and it got delayed in 3 years, and it's only in 2026 we are going to implement it. In the meantime, there were several things that happened in 2022. The National Education Commission, they released their NEPF 2023, 2022, right? They released the uh, National Education Policy Framework. So we had to align because we had started work much earlier. So we had to align our work with the National Education Policy Framework as well, right? So in that National Education Policy Framework, they had given a lot of ideas, a lot of suggestions for the reform, right? For the transformation, like the introduction of 8 improved national education goals and the introduction of national learning competency domains, 12, right? So we had to align everything again. And finally, and in the meantime, we experienced the economic crisis, Argale, and the frequent political changes in the country, right? So one day, while waiting for fuel, right, on a fuel queue, I had to be there for 48 hours and I finished 3 online meetings, right? For all 3 meetings, I was on a Bakmi tree. Have you seen the Bakmi trees? Yes, because uh, I couldn't be inside the car, right? It was very hot and I had no fuel, so no AC, nothing. So I was on a Bakmi tree, enjoying the natural AC, and finished 3 meetings. So this is what happened to the country, and we could not implement, right? Had everything been clear and smooth, of course we would have implemented, right? But that didn't happen. So we had to bring frequent changes in the system, right? We had to bring frequent changes in the system. Hello. Okay, sorry, extremely sorry for that disturbance, right? And now, after all those alignments and with the new government coming into power in year 2024, right? There is more stability, and therefore we can go ahead with the education reforms. That is the story, the long story in short, right? Okay, so now we are ready to implement, but remember, we are going to implement this only in grade 1 and 6 next year, because we don't have lead time of 2 years to implement grade 10, right? Because we have the exams. Before the exams, right, we have to announce well in advance, we have to announce everything, how the exam is and everything, right, before they get into that particular grade which is considered for that examination, right? So grade 10 reforms will happen in 2028, right? We'll be announcing them in 2026 and we'll implement them in 2028. So that is the arrangement for the implementation of curriculum reforms, right? So the overall goal of this curriculum, or the curriculum transformation of the bigger education reform, is to lay the foundation with this new curriculum. What we are going to do is we are going to lay the foundation to creating a citizen ready for the challenges of and beyond the 21st century, and to contribute to the process of sustainable national development and peace. Sustainable national development and peace. So this is what we're going to do. Please pay your attention to the key terms and phrases, key words and phrases here, right? What are they? So we're going to do something to lay the foundation, right, to creating a citizen. Who is the citizen? The citizen should be ready for the challenges of and beyond the 21st century. It is not only the 21st century, of and beyond the 21st century. Why? Why is that? Remember, those who start, those who get the full benefits of the reforms, they are the children who enter the school system next year, 2026. But when they finish their education, right, it takes 13 years for them to finish their education, school education. And it is 2039. 2039. So in 2039, where will we be? Just try to figure it out. How old you will be, whether you will be in the system. I'm not going to be in the system, definitely. Mr. Salahuddin, yeah. But they are the children who will be ready to take decisions for the 21st century and beyond, right? There'll be people who have undergone that education reform, right? Coming to schools, talking about the next education reform, like what I do today, right? There'll be teachers, right? There'll be teachers. They will have definitely undergone the new education reforms. So they are the people who will talk about the next 21st century and beyond. They are the people who are going to plan for the 21st century and beyond. So that's why we have it. And the idea of sustainable national development. Sustainable national development is a great idea, right? Because the world is, right, facing numerous challenges, right, in terms of resources. Sorry. Keep quiet. Ah, yes, it's here. Sorry, those who are meeting us remote, right? There is an emergency here. Okay, right. That's regarding, right, not within the room where we are. Okay, now it's settled. Okay, right. So sustainable national development, according to those who are engaged in research in the area of national global development, what they say is within the past 50 years we have consumed resources for 450 years. What a generation we are, right? We have consumed resources for 450 years, within 50 years, right? So we are the champions of consumption, right? Champions of consumption, irresponsible consumption. And that's why we have the 17 sustainable development goals, and one is dedicated to responsible consumption. Please go through the list and you will find, right? So achieving sustainable development goals, right, is a responsibility of of us who are in education, because we have to make the next generation of people aware of this, and we have to tell them we have to give them the knowledge and skills and attitudes, knowledge, skills and attitudes related to sustainable national development, sustainable global development, right? Because there is no other place for us to go, only this planet, right? That's why Carl Sagan says that blue dot, right, looking at a picture of the earth, a picture taken from the outer space, right? Earth looks like a blue dot, and he says that's where we have everything: hatred, love, war, peace, politics, everything, religions, everything, right? Ron Garan very recently, after spending more than 3 months in the International Space Station, after coming back, he says, when I was there, I saw the biggest lie in life. The biggest lie lies there, right, on the earth. That's what he says. And from there, you can't see the countries, the borders, right? Once you come down, you see the borders, you fight for borders, you fight for language, you fight for religion, right? There are so many things. So education should be able to change those, right? And the process of sustainable national development and peace of the country. Peace of the country, when we say, there is a criticism against this, because we have peace. Yes, of course, we have peace. There is no war. But do we have inner peace? No, right? We don't have inner peace. The drivers on the road, right? At any time you can become a driver. Now I'm here to discuss education reforms, but when I go home, I become my own driver. And then I lose peace because of others, right? So I become violent at times, and at least, my mind becomes violent, right? There are others who threaten us. One day, a doctor threatened me. Yeah, because just because I stopped my car for and a senior citizen, a lady, to cross the road. She was crossing very slowly, and she did not use the crossing, right, of the crossing. She was crossing the road, and I stopped my car. And this doctor could not. He didn't have patience, and he came parallel to me and showed his face to me. Right. So we don't have inner peace. That's why we need this as a goal. Peace of the country means inner peace. Peace of it's the entire nation should be peaceful, right? Even the bus driver should be peaceful, right? And there are countries where people are very peaceful, right? Even the drivers are peaceful. Once in the United States, I wanted to uh, travel to a place, right? I was with a colleague of mine from an African country, and he was a little scared. Right? I said, no, let's go there. He was to buy certain things for his two tablet PCs for his children, and we had to go to a faraway place. So we took the train out of at one station, and from there onwards we had to take a bus. Right? We talked to a lady, and she directed us to the bus station and told, right, go to one place of the bus station, and you will see the bus, and you will meet the drivers. Tell the driver that you want to get off that particular place, and he will help you. But I was a little scared because I knew the bus drivers in Sri Lanka, right? And maybe my friend, had his own reservations because of the African context, right? His country. When I went to that place, I saw a very young person reading a book, right? He was sitting somewhere and he was reading a book. And he happened to be the driver of that particular bus, right? During his leisure time, he was reading. When I talked to him, he said, okay, right, you have to, it is the third bus stop from the bus station, right? So when we pass the second, I will call you. Don't come forward. Stay there, seated. And when I stop the bus at the third station, right, you can get off. It is not like in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, ඔය මාතු නැගිටලා එන්න. ඔය යන්න 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 ෆුට්බෝල් එක ළඟට යන්න. The piece of advice he gave was, I will signal you, but don't come to the front. Be seated. When I stop, you can get off. See how peaceful the context was. Right? We thanked him and got out the station, and he showed us the particular shop as well. Across the road, the shop was there, and he showed us the shop. That's the shop. I said, thank you. Welcome, sir. And then he drove the bus. But here, මතය කාගෙන් අහලා හරි හොයාගන්න මේ මට වෙලාවක් නැහැ. ඕවා බල බල ඉන්න මේ. එන්න බහින්න. That's how they say. So peace is that. And then we have the objectives of our education reform. Right? What are the objectives? The first one is enhance curriculum relevance and quality. The curriculum has to be relevant. Relevant to what? Relevant to creating a citizen ready for the challenges of and beyond the 21st century. Contribute to the process of sustainable national development and peace of the country. So it should be relevant to everything. It should be relevant to employment. It should be relevant to the culture. It should be relevant to the development of citizens, peace, inner peace, everything. Right? So if the curriculum is not relevant, then we can fight. Right? And when we deliver the curriculum, we have to have the idea that this is one of the objectives. It should be relevant. Right? And we should deliver the curriculum in such a way that the entire nation feels that the curriculum is relevant. Right? So that is one of the very important things. And then improve learning outcomes. What do you mean by learning outcomes? What are learning outcomes? Learning outcome is what you expect at the end, right? That is the learning outcome, right? So at the end of the program, entire primary education system, there can be learning outcomes. At the end of one lesson, there can be learning outcomes, lesson outcomes, program outcomes. There are outcomes, right? So achieving those outcomes is our responsibility. And to improve learning outcomes, right? To have improved learning outcomes in the curriculum is our responsibility, and achieving those is our collective responsibility, right? So in in Sri Lanka, there is a very a very awkward situation where when we child gets admission to a different school, in the new school, the teachers and everybody, they say it's very difficult for that child to catch. එයාට මෙහෙම අල්ල ගන්න අමාරුයි. Right? මොනවද අල්ල ගන්න තියෙන්නේ? Right? This is my question. If we achieve common learning outcomes stipulated in the curriculum, there shouldn't be anything that a child finds difficult to catch. Right? To do that, we have to have learning outcomes is an essential part of a competency based education system. If you say you have a competency based education system, there should be learning outcomes, program outcomes, lesson outcomes, activity outcomes, like that. We have to have outcomes. And then we have to have standards. So let's see whether we have them, right? A little later. So improve learning outcomes, increase enrollment in science and technology streams. I told you, science and technology has become a luxury in this country, whereas it should not be. It should be the right of each and every child to learn science and technology, because science and technology drives the world. It drives the world, right? For economic development, for everything, science and technology. It is not that I don't say everybody has to study science and technology and become scientists and technologists. No, whoever, right? Any citizen, right? Any citizen in the country should be scientifically and technically literate. Technological literacy and the scientific literacy, they are they were instrumental parts of our life, right? It is not, say, valuing these. Okay, for example, when people in the other countries where scientific literacy is very high, right? When they get their students to study, say, the atmosphere of Saturn, what do we do? Malicious effects of Saturn. ඒ සෙනසුරුගේ වායු ගෝලය ගැන වෙන ළමයි ඉගෙන ගන්නකොට අපි සෙනසුරුගේ අපලය, right? Malicious effects of Saturn. So we have to change, right? We have to think in terms of science. So during COVID, right, it's because of our poor scientific literacy, we started going behind that penny and this and that, right? Yeah. And there were politicians, who were putting pots into the river. ගඟට මුට්ටි දාපු දේශපාලඥයෝ මේ ඔක්කොම because of scientific literacy, right? COVID happened as a result of an RNA. Neither. Science teachers, it's an RNA. Science teachers, who are the science teachers here? It's an RNA, is it? COVID-19? Hmm? Okay, right. Thank you. Right? So, without believing that, we wanted to go behind that pannier and other things. right? Finally, as a result of collective immunity, we got out of it. And there were vaccines and other things, and it was because of the concept of collective immunity. More than, I think, 60% of the world's population got infected, and finally it came to a level that where we can control it, right? Now, is it not there? It is there. COVID is still there, right? During the peak of COVID-19, I didn't get it, but I got it when yeah, that was in 2024, right? I traveled to the UK, and on my way back, got it. But it was just a severe cold, right? After 1 year or so, well, sorry, 1 week or so, I recovered, right? That is because it has come to a level where we can manage it, right? Our bodies can manage it, fight it. That is scientific literacy. So giving that to as many students, not actually as many older students, and giving as many students as possible to study in science in those areas is another objective. And then promote sustainable development goals and citizenship education. I told you about sustainable development goals. There are 17. We in education, right, we are very much responsible about achieving sustainable development goals, right? Zero poverty, zero hunger. There are 17, right? Okay, which number do you give for education? Sustainable development goal number 4 is education, right? Please go through them, right? Teachers, right? We are in education. We have a responsibility for all 17 goals, right? And foster 21st century skills. There is something called 21st century skills. There are different frameworks: OECD framework, P21 framework, right? The framework developed by the World Economic Forum. There are many. So, where is our framework? Sri Lanka. We have to have a framework, and we have to identify our, what the 21st century skills we need in our context, right? Maybe some of the 21st century skills we have in other contexts, while we need them, we need to improve them. Maybe there are certain other things we need to improve, particularly in our context, right? For example, this citizenship. We have not developed citizenship skills. Maybe that is what we need in Sri Lanka. I will tell you what they are. Ensure equity and inclusivity, right? What is equity? Equity. What is inclusivity? Equity and equality, are they different terms or are they synonyms? They're different terms. How do they become different? Okay, right. Equality is, yes, giving everybody the equal opportunities or equal share, right? Equity is giving what you specifically need. For example, in a class, say, we have children with different needs, right? So if you give everybody things equally, right, that might not help certain people who need things more, right? So we have to give them more. And inclusivity also is something that goes hand in hand with this, because our classrooms are diverse. Our classrooms are very much diverse, right? So we have to provide for, reasonably provide for each and every child. Right? So inclusivity means you include the differences. Right? Is it different from tolerance? Inclusivity and tolerance? Yes, it is different because the difference is, right, tolerance is associated with, say, irritation. It is negative. I will give you a good example. When you are newly married, for ladies, their husband's snoring is something you have to tolerate. You have to tolerate. You don't like it, right? But there is no other option. There is no other option. Okay. But little by little, you come to a stage where you understand that it is a part of your life. That is inclusivity, right? And you come to a stage where if the husband stops snoring, you are scared, right? You are scared and you just check, right? Because it has become a part of your life. That is inclusivity, right? So differences we have to include. Our classrooms are diverse, so we have to include and we have to provide for. That's why we need equity and inclusivity. Right? Then we have strengthened school community relationship. I'm not going to deal with that. Align with national education goals. I told you there are 8 national education goals. After break, we will explore them. And we have to align our education system with the national education goals. Right? The national education goals are very important. There are 8. Right? We have to align whatever we do with that. And then promote entrepreneurial mindset. What do you mean by entrepreneurial mindset? It is not creating business people. Entrepreneurial mindset is, creating people who do the right thing. Whatever you do right, and you create impact. Right? If you are a principal, you have to become an entrepreneur. Right? It is not only, people like Dudley Sirisena. Right? Yes, they are entrepreneurs. There are many others, right, who don't make profit. Still, they are entrepreneurs. They do what they do in the right way. Right? So entrepreneurial mindset is something that we need to have, collectively, the entire country. Everybody has to have the entrepreneurial mindset, the growth mindset, right? Not the fixed mindset. Right? Okay. Those are the objectives. So let's have a small break. I was told 10:30, but I've taken a few more minutes. Right? Please come back in how many minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, yeah. Right. Thank you. Can you please help me fix this? Thank you. Okay, right. Let's move on with the discussion now. Up to this point, if you have anything, any question, you can ask. And is there a way for us to get questions from our remote stations? Yeah, okay. We are on Zoom, is it? Right, we are on Zoom. So the colleagues joining us from the remote stations, you can post your questions if you have on the chat box, right? And somebody will be there to monitor. I will be able to answer those questions. Do you have any question up to this point? Silence says two things. One is that you don't have questions, you have understood it fully well. Or the second is you haven't understood anything, right? I've been just talking to, right? Yeah, is it? Which one? No idea. Even, right? Even when it comes to those two things, you have no idea, is it? All right. So let's move on from there. So these are the national goals. I told you the National Education Commission in 2022, when they presented their National Education Policy Framework, right, in 2022, right, they came up with 8 national education goals, right? So this is actually not new set of national education goals. This is a kind of an improved version. You know, every time they came up with policy framework, you know, they improved their national education goals according to the context, the demands of the world, right? Considering all those, uh, this happened. So I'm not going to deal with the lengthy thing, but I will simply uh, talk about the condensed forms. You can download this, right, from the National Education Commission's website. Now, this document is under review now, but most of the things like the national education goals, I think they will remain. The 8 goals are, these 8 goals, 8 national education goals, they describe the type of citizen we want to create. I told you that a citizen who can contribute to the sustainable national development and peace of the country, and that is a citizen who should be able to face the challenges of and beyond the 21st century and beyond the 21st century and beyond. Right. So the first one is happy and healthy human being. These are the attributes, right? What kind of happiness? What kind of health? These two things go together, happiness and health. Health, right? Healthy in terms of physically as well as mentally, right? The citizen we are going to produce should be healthy physically as well as mentally, right? When there is no mental health, there is no physical health, right? There is a symbiotic relationship. And there is another symbiotic relationship between health and happiness. When you are healthy, you are happy. When you are happy, you are healthy. So our classrooms have to be places where health and happiness, right, both these concepts are promoted. Okay, so that is one of the uh, main goals of national goals of education, right? If you are healthy and happy, then you become a productive citizen. Who is a productive citizen? A productive citizen is somebody who develops knowledge, skills, attitudes, and human qualities for technological, socio-economic, and cultural advancement in keeping with the national needs and goals, and trends. Right? To become a productive citizen, you have to be healthy and happy. Right? And then when you become to become a productive individual, you have to become a progressive learner. See, there is a relationship, they are not standalone things. These 8 goals, they are not standalone things, right? We have given each goal a condensed form, right? We have identified them as distinct goals, but they are not standalone, right? There is fluidity. They are linked to each other. Then we have respectful and trustworthy person. Progressive learners become respectful and trustworthy persons. It's very rare. Very rare. It's very, very difficult to find trustworthy and respectful people. Right? So this is another quality we expect from the Sri Lankan citizen. Right? And remember, again, my reference to the oxygen mask. Right? Now we can't go through this education system again. We have gone through kind of an education system, but we have to develop these qualities as teachers, as administrators. We have to develop these qualities, right? And then we have resilient individual. Who is a resilient individual? What do you mean by resilience? Go through the longer form, develop individuals to manage change and cope with complex and unforeseen situations. We should be able to face difficulties, to overcome them, right? And the world is filled with unforeseen challenges, right? So we should be able to create a generation of people who are able to meet those challenges. They should be resilient. And resilience makes them strong, right? So there is this saying by the founder emir of UAE, United Arab Emirates, has once told, difficult times create strong people. Strong people, right? Because they are resilient. And strong people work hard to create easy times for the next generation. When they live in an easy time, the easy times create lazy people, right? And lazy people create difficult times. So it is a cycle. It is a very different and a difficult cycle. Now, where are we? We are in easy times. So there is this danger of creating lazy people. If the next generation of people become lazy, they will definitely create a difficult time again. So we are responsible for that, right? Because we are a generation of people who have seen the transformation, right? Many things, many different things, right? Maybe not the young people, but people of our generation, we have seen the transformation from especially a country without television to the television, and we were the migrants to that technology, black and white. Now, I know these young people, you haven't seen black and white televisions, but we have seen black and white televisions. We saw that transformation, right? The transformation from that traditional telephone to the smart devices you have, right? To the half-eaten apple, right? We have seen that transformation. And we have created, in a way, people of that generation have created a very, soft time for people. Now we have to make them We have to make them resilient. Otherwise, definitely the next period is going to be very difficult for people. And so resilient individuals and culturally fortified citizens. We have to be sensitive to the local and global changes, the culture, what is happening elsewhere, right? And not to think that this is the only culture in the world. Right? If you think that this is the only culture in the world, and if you start thinking in terms of only of what we have experienced, the global life is going to be different, and it's going to be difficult, right? So culturally fortified citizen, and then we have reflective learner. The learner should learn understanding why we learn things. What is the relevance of learning these things? I think promote a mindful and self-conscious learner to enhance the capacity for learning to learn. Lifelong learning, right? Lifelong learning, to promote lifelong learning, right? We should be reflective learners. And finally, a patriotic citizen, right? Patriotic citizen means, again, not to be imprisoned in that great lie, right? We have to think of the entire planet, right? We have to think of the entire planet, and we have to love the planet, not a single country or a village or a very simple family, but the entire village. So we entire global village. So we have to be patriots to that context, right? If not, one day we will create a greater destruction, and the human race will be wiped out from the face of the earth, right? So these 8 national goals of education should be the guiding principles of, or guiding goals of any kind of intervention we make in the education system, right? That's why they have identified it as national goals. And then we have another set of things, 12 national learning competency domains. To achieve those goals, right, we should keep these national learning competency domains in our mind. There are 12, right? Normally, what we do in the classrooms in the name of teaching focuses only on knowledge, right? We simply provide knowledge, right? So that is not the new what we expect from the new education system, right? That is only one part of this. See, the subject or theoretical knowledge is only one part of it, right? It is there are so many other things, right? And they are also linked. Now, see, subject and theoretical knowledge becomes of no value. It is of no value, right? If you don't provide the practical knowledge to your children, right? Subject knowledge, how to put it into practice. Now, you must have learned so many things, when you did your postgraduate diploma in education, your teacher training, all the theories and other things. But if you don't know how to put that into practice in real life, in the real classroom, what is the use of it, right? So, it is the case with the children as well. Now, you can teach them theory, you can teach them anything, right? But at the end of the day, okay, now see, mathematics teachers, okay, right. You teach a lot of mathematics, this and that, geometry and um, arithmetics, so many things. Uh, but at the end of the day, what do you need to live? At the end of the month, on the 25th day of the month, when you get your salary, to calculate and see whether it is correct or not, right? That's what you need. And the ability to spend it, right, for the next 30 days, right, knowing that until next 25th, you won't get anything, right, and how to spend it. You need that mathematics, practical knowledge. That's what you need. And how much you should save for the future, right? Those things. Right? Other things you have learned, they are subsumed in that practical knowledge, right? Whatever the formulas, whatever you have learned, they are subsumed, right? Okay, and how much you need to fill your tank, right? Once, right? The capacity, then you multiply that by 294. If you have a petrol bike or a car or whatever running on petrol, right? Capacity of the tank multiplied by 294. And for how many days you can go like that if you feel it, right? If you feel it every day, whether you can do it or not, or whatever. So based on that, you plan your things. So practical knowledge, right? So you do these things automatically, right? Once you get the practical knowledge, you begin to do that. So everything is like that, right? Science, basic science, you learn and you begin to perceive things scientifically, right? Everything is like that. Right? Now you learn English, you learn literature, Shakespeare, right? Wordsworth. But once you are out, you're not going to discuss Shakespeare with the people whom you meet outside. You speak English, right? But see, at a academic forum, if you are demanded to use Shakespeare, okay, you can do that, right? So when to use, where to use, practical knowledge. All right. Then we have communication, right? These two things, the subject knowledge and practical knowledge should be properly communicated, right? You have to be able to communicate things, right? Good communication abilities. Now, in the 21st century, many people say the most important thing is communication, your ability to communicate. That makes you strong, that elevates you in the society. So the young people today, how many of them do you think are good communicators? They don't even look at the face of the people with whom they communicate. I have noticed this. Young people, they don't. They are, when they communicate, it is like, they are looking at their screen, right? They don't understand the screen is there. Right? You have to look at the eyes of the people with whom you communicate, right? So communication and how to use your language, how to use your gestures, and there are so many things. Communication is not just talking to people, right? So they have to develop them in the classroom, right? You have to help them. So it is not only just teaching the subject. Then teamwork and leadership. See, some of these things, they go together, teamwork and leadership. Why is that? Because leadership and teamwork, right? Teamwork is very important. To work in a team is very important to thrive in today's context. Leadership is contextual, right? At times you can become a leader, and you have to understand that every day you can't become and every time you can't become a leader. There are times where you have to give leadership to your teammates because you are not a jack of all trades, right? there are times where you have to give leadership to them. Right? One day, long ago, when I was working in Polonnaruwa, right? I started my life as a teacher in Polonnaruwa. Right? I think the principal of your Polonnaruwa school, Mr. Hantana Piti, yes, we are very good friends, and he knows me. One day I was, to come home for the New Year vacation. The buses were so crowded. The fact that I was a teacher was not an advantage for me to get into a bus. Right? I had a porter known to me, right? A very good friend of mine. He came with a heavy sack of rice, right? Dropped it somewhere, right? And then came to me. He was very busy because, that was the time where he would get more business, right? He came to me, asked, so why? I said, it's very difficult to get into a bus, right? He took my bag and he was waiting. I said, man, you must be very busy, right? Please go ahead with your work. I will manage. He said, no, sir, you can't manage. You can't manage. He was a simple man, but he was the leader at that moment. I had to accept his leadership. He said, no, sir, you can't manage. This is very heavy, right? And the bus is crowded. It's very difficult. So let me handle the situation. He was the leader. Then a bus came. With my bag, he went to the driver, talked to the driver, right? Dropped the bag on the seat just behind the driver and told, hey, Machang, this is sir's bag. Nobody can sit here. The driver said, okay, I will take care of it. And the driver reserved the seat for me until I got in. Right? After having ensured that I was comfortably seated, he said, sir, bye. Parsaminganda. So he was the leader. I had to accept his leadership when he told me, sir, you can't handle this situation, I will handle it. My being a teacher and all that, an educated man, so called, whatever, didn't help me. Right? So, leadership and teamwork is something that go hand in hand, right? And you have to understand, you're not going to be a perennial leader. There are times where you have to offer leadership to your teammates when and where they are stronger than you are. And there are times where you have to resume leadership, right? When a situation arises to handle the situation, and you can do that, right? So that is why these two things are together, and these two things we have to learn from the formative years. So that's why I don't like these fixed leaders. In our classrooms, we have fixed leaders, right? Leaders should emerge. Leadership should be exchanged, right? And you should understand when to become a teammate and when to become a leader, right? That avoids unnecessary conflicts, right? Because our expectations sometimes there should be conflict in expectations, right? Okay, then we have creativity and problem solving. Why do they go together? Unless you are creative, you can't solve problems, right? You can solve problems, but they might create other problems, right? So problem solving is a creative exercise. So creativity and problem solving will go hand in hand. One day, when I was a teacher, right, and I was made a teacher instructor, and we were given the responsibility of going around the district, Polonnaruwa district, helping the children to pass O levels, right? And I was with two of my colleagues. One is in New Zealand these days. The other one is in Sri Lanka. He's still a teacher, a very good teacher, right? And there was an activity where children have to construct sentences using the sentences are divided into word cards, right? You have to put them together and make meaningful sentences. It was a group activity, right? There was one sentence which says, the vase is on the table, flower vase, right? And they had constructed the correct sentence, but it says the table is on the vase. Now there is a problematic situation, right? When I saw that, my friend, right, he didn't let me do anything. He simply jumped on a desk and acted like a flower vase. The children looked at that. They changed. They changed the word class, the word cards, and corrected the sentence. So that's how you solve problems creatively, right? He didn't let me now. I was the team leader, but he became the team leader there because he had a creative solution for the problem. We can solve problems, but creative solution, solving is a, it is a skill. So that's why we say it is a competency domain. And then managerial and entrepreneurship skill, managing the entire thing, life, learning process, everything. So we have to help them develop managerial and entrepreneurial skills. Right, that should happen at the school, in the classroom, during the lessons. Entrepreneurship skills is not something that you can teach. I'm talking to a management expert, right? Mr. Ranga, can we teach? No. I don't think nobody taught your father entrepreneurship and managerial skills. Right? Maybe he learned the theory, but he himself became a manager, right? Practically. So that is what we should do. Entrepreneurship skills. Right? Again, I had a student in my class. He was, when I met him, he was in O-level class, but he was totally illiterate. One day, while I was teaching, a girl called him, Priyanta, and mentioned something. And then he said, "Excuse me, sir," came to the teacher's table, opened the drawer, right? He had a key, opened the drawer, it was locked in, right? It was locked. And got a book and gave it to the girl who asked for that. And that's the first day I saw that drawer. There were in the drawer, there were books, pencils, crayons, everything. That was a store of stationery items. I was so curious and asked, "What is this?" He said, "Sir, we are poor people. It's only during the harvesting season we get money. During the harvesting season, we collect money and we buy things for the entire term or year. And we have a store, a repository of things, and we share them." See how creative problem solver he was. What a good manager and an entrepreneur he was. Right? So we have to, there are entrepreneurs, there are managers in the classrooms, but we kill them. There are problem solvers in the classroom, we kill them. In the name of education, in the name of teaching, that's what we do. So we should not do that. And then information usage and management. Information should be used very well, and we should be able to manage the information. We should be able to verify information. Now the information we get, right, on today, the influx of information is very heavy, right, because of social media and the technology. Anything might happen. So to verify information, to use information in proper way, to manage information, it's very important. And we have to help the students in our classrooms. right? So these 12 things are very important. And networking and social skills. Networking and social skills. If you have social skills, your network gets broadened, right? So it is not only the people in your locality, right? You should be able to broaden your network, connecting with as many people as possible. Right? Just think of your network. Bigger the network is, stronger you are, right? But at school, you should be able to improve that. When I was a child, my network within the school was very strong, right? See, I ran a group of gangs in the school. How on earth, right? It was during the period where we were given biscuits, free biscuits, right? And what I would do is, I was responsible for distribution of biscuits to the class. I would bring a few extra biscuits, and the senior students, they didn't get. What I did was, I would distribute them among the senior students, and they would protect me, right? Most senior students, right? They would always protect me, and I felt very strong, and I was I was the king, right? Maybe it's not. Yeah, I know it's not a good practice, but see, the network, your network helps your social skills, right? So those days, we were not taught those things. I did it the way I felt, right? Because I had a threat from the senior class all the time, right? So I thought it was good to run a group of people, right, to protect me. So they did that. So that's a funny story, but to help them develop their network is very important. Even today, my network is very, very strong, and to get information, right? One day I wanted a particular piece of information about education from the rest of the world. Within 15 minutes, I could get information from Finland, Japan, Singapore, India, Nepal, Maldives, right? From 6 countries. Later, I got, within 15 minutes, I got information from 6 countries. From the rest of the countries, I got information a little later. But that is because of the network and social skills. So remember, all the children, right, they should be given with that ability. And then adaptability and flexibility. We should not create students who are very strict and stubborn. Adaptability and flexibility, according to the context, right? They should act. They should be able to be flexible. They should be able to adaptable, right? And that improves their resilience. And then attitude, values, and professionalism. This is very important. Why these three things go together: attitudes, values, and professionalism. Professionalism never happens if you don't have attitudes and values, right? You develop your attitudes, and then you develop your value set, and that makes you a professional, right? So many of the people in this part of the world, when they are out in other contexts, why they don't become, why don't they, why they don't show professional qualities is, we don't give them the opportunity to develop professionalism here, right? So now, professionalism is not, just wearing a good outfit and with the necktie and all that. No, it comes with your activities. It comes with your activities, right? Now, If you cross the road of the crossing, when there is a crossing nearby, that shows your unprofessionalism. Right? Professionalism is something we need very much in this country. Right? Very much in this country. See, in the West, when you visit schools, the first bit of advice they give is, when you go to the classrooms, don't take photographs of children. To get photographs of children, you need to have written consents of the permission of the parents. Do we have that professional attitude here in Sri Lanka? No, you take the photographs and you post them on Facebook as well. Right? So that is not professionalism. Professionalism is identifying your barriers, your limits. Because in law, there are three things: what you can do, what you are limited with law, and what you cannot do. We don't have the slightest idea of any of these things. Right? So we have to teach them, we have to help them to be professionals. And vision for life, what you are going to be one day, how you are going to solve your future. We are in a country where, say, we are simply washed out of the school after 13 years of education. I say it is, you are washed out of the school, right? And then you think, what should I do? You try everything and finally you become a teacher. You try everything and finally you become a teacher. That's what happens, right? No, we have to have a vision for life. So the education system and what we do in our classrooms should help you create your own vision, right? That is the most important thing. And then upgrading self or lifelong learning. Lifelong learning. To make them ready for lifelong learning. We are in a context where we think A level or O level or A level or the graduation is the end of education. No. Right? We have to improve ourselves. Right? We have to update ourselves and we have to be lifelong learners. That starts at the very beginning. Okay. So the curriculum, right? Now you know there is a module-based curriculum, right? I will come to this a little later, right? This is the 21st century skills framework for Sri Lankan general education. There are three components, right? In the other 21st century skills frameworks also we have different, say, sections like learning skills, life skills, literacy skills, right? There are sections. In our framework, we have foundational literacies, interpersonal skills, values, and character. The foundational literacies, the concept of literacy is different now. What are the foundational literacies we have in the 21st century skills framework? Literacy and numeracy. Then we have scientific literacy, technological literacy, media and information literacy, management, financial and entrepreneurship literacy. These are new kind of literacy we have, right? Management, financial and entrepreneurship literacy. This is something we don't have in our collective mindset. In Sri Lanka, we don't have this, right? That's why there are people, right? They want to, when they go to the town, right? They want to, say, use an ATM to withdraw money. Go to the nearest ATM, then they see, oh no, this is BOC, right? My card is HNB. Then you hire a three-wheeler, go to the other end of the town, to the HNB, you withdraw money, come back to this end of the town, pay 200 rupees to the three-wheeler to save 25 rupees in your account. That is the amount of financial literacy we have, right? You hear that in the town, fish is cheap, right? You can save 50 rupees per kilogram. You hire a three-wheeler, go to the town, buy 4 kilograms, you save 200 rupees, come back home and pay 600 rupees to the three-wheeler. Still you are happy. Right? That is the level of financial literacy we have. So that is a literacy. And quantitative reasoning. Without quantitative reasoning, you can't develop these foundational literacies. And then we have the interpersonal skills, right? Effective communication, social and cultural skills, critical and innovative thinking, global citizenship, intrapersonal skills. Why global citizenship is because we are not global citizens. When we go out, right, there is heavy culture shock, right? When we go out of the country, there is heavy culture shock. That is because we are not global citizens. So that is something we have brought in. And then we have values and character. We need to improve these, right? So 21st century skills and personality development we have given. You can learn from, you can take things from any other format, any other thing, and you have to improve personality. Personal development is something we need here in this country. And then appreciation of life and ethical understanding. This is something we don't have in Sri Lanka. Appreciation of life and ethical understanding, right? When there is an accident, right, we are more interested in taking photographs and posting them on Facebook than saving life, right? With something very simple, you can save the life of that person. Instead, you video record and you go live and you say, after an accident with a dying person, feeling awesome, right? This is what we do. So this is the 21st century skills framework we have proposed for the general education system. These are the guiding principles. I don't want to go deep into these, right? So we are going to retain the free education, and we want to promote access, right? Equal access, lifelong learning, all these things we have discussed. And this is from actually from the government's manifesto. This is where we have aligned what we proposed with the new government's manifesto, right? So the entire education reform or the transformation is based on 5 pillars. First one is curriculum development, which is the most important thing for you. And the second one is human resource development. Third one is development of infrastructure facilities and education administration. Assessment and evaluation, that is also important for you. And public awareness and promotion. I'm engaging in that right now. Okay. So this is generally our education system, the proposed system, and we have retained the primary, junior secondary and senior secondary, 5 years, 4 years and 4 years system, and we are bringing early childhood education into mainstream, but that is not that we are bringing the Montessori school to the normal school, right, in terms of policy and curriculum. Right. So we have developed a national preschool education policy at the Ministry of Education, and the NI has developed a national curriculum framework for early childhood education. From 2027 onwards, we all have to stick to that. So that is to maintain consistency across the board. Right now, early childhood education is, it's a chaos, right? And there are, different types of interventions, right? And the parents now, they send their children to the preschool where you are taught to write a thesis, right? If you are taught to, your child is taught to write a thesis, okay, that is the best preschool. That's what people think. No, right? That's the place where lifelong education should be created. Foundation for lifelong education. This is a new thing we have brought in the purpose. So for the primary education, it is education for basic life skills. Junior secondary 4 years, that is foundation for life. That is where the life, right, they learn life. Earlier foundation for basic life skills is our primary education should help them enhance their basic life skills like personal hygiene, right? They are how to eat, how to clean themselves, how to clean the place where they live, right? Those basic skills, right? And this is what happens in Japan. Japanese primary education system is entirely directed at creating a good citizen, a child who has very good basic life skills. So we have learned that from Japan. And then education for life, the general education, right? Mathematics, history, science, right? Those things should be taught them, the basics, for 4 years. And then we have the first 2 years of senior secondary, foundation for career readiness. It is not making them ready, making them, I mean, training them for jobs, but career readiness. In Singapore, right, when they come to this age, right, every week for a particular number of hours, they have to go to the industry and preferred industry and get exposure. Once I met a child at a hotel in Singapore, right? That was a rainy day. In the evening, we were to go out, and he was there near the reception. There was a counter, right? He was giving umbrellas to the guests, talking to them, right? They develop communication. They learn what happens in the industry, right? And if he is interested in later, he can get into that industry and he can develop a career. He can end up as a hotelier, maybe hotel owner, maybe whatever. Sky the limit for you. So that is career readiness. And then the last 2 years, foundation for academic and professional life. Remember, this goes very well with the International Standard Classification of Education. You have it here, right? This is UNESCO's classification. International Standard Classification of Education, version 2011, right? According to UNESCO, ECE they have labeled as 0 because there is no consistency. But when it comes to primary education, right, maybe the name is different, right? But it is roughly 5 to 6 years, and that is ISCD 1. And the junior secondary, again, name may be different, right? In our country, it is junior secondary, and it is roughly 4 years, and that is the second level. And the next level is 3, ISCD 3, right? 3 we have divided into two segments, right? So that is the education system, right? In brief, right? This is how we envisage it. We see the bigger picture. So they start with early childhood education, they go up to postgraduate education in a preferred pathway, academic pathway or skills pathway. Little by little, you get the opportunity to divert, right? To direct yourself into the preferred pathway. Maybe it is academic education, maybe it is skills education, right? So vision for life, you have to create that vision from step by step. And there's a time where, when you reach the senior secondary education, right, phase 1, that is grade 10, you are given the opportunity to decide where you are going to be, whether it is academic or skills, right? Even if it is academic, it doesn't say that you are destined to be there. If you want, you can change, right? If you want, you can change. and you are given an opportunity to assess yourself and understand where, at the end of grade 9, you are given that opportunity to assess yourself and decide, right, where you are good at, right, whether it is academic or skills, right? And there is no, say, right now, in countries like, especially in Sri Lanka, not in other countries, right, there is a certain amount of negativity associated with this skills education, saying that it is somewhere below. No, it is not for dropouts. Within the school, you can understand. For example, right, somebody like our colleague here, right, if you want at the school to develop your career in, say, audiovisual technology, right, audiovisual technology, you are given that opportunity because everybody is needed. Everybody is needed, and it is not always, everybody in Sri Lanka there are only two jobs, doctor and engineer, but the world is different. Now, say, when it comes to engineering, also there are other jobs like Zoom engineers. We have prompt engineers with with AI, right? Prompt engineering has become, 2 years ago we didn't have, roughly 2 to 3 years ago, we didn't have a job called prompt engineers, right? There was no study area called prompt engineering. IT teachers. Yeah. Now we have something called prompt engineering. So you can specialize, right? To work with artificial intelligence, right? You should know how to develop your prompts. So, and Zoom. Now we have Zoom engineers. Before COVID, we didn't have Zoom engineers, right? It's only after COVID we developed this technology to such an extent. Now it is, Zoom has become a wonderful platform, right? Okay. Before that, of course, we had, limited video conferencing tools like Illuminate, right? But they were very much limited. But this has become very interactive, right? Zoom. Okay. So that's how, up to your postgraduate education, you can go in a preferred pathway. So that's how the system is going to be. And the entire curriculum reforms initiative, I have given it here, right, in a nutshell. Early childhood education, what we are introducing right now is the preschool education policy and the national curriculum framework. So everybody has to, right, align their system to these two. And then primary education, grade 1 to 5, it is an activity-based integrated curriculum. From since 1999, we have had that, right? And I will tell you what we are going to introduce new a little later. And then the junior secondary education, this is where most of the transformative things occur, right? Because the way we present the curriculum is different. The first change is modular and credit-based curriculum. What do you mean by modular curriculum? The popular idea is that the textbook is replaced with modules. No, right? That is something we have to throw away, that idea, right? A module and a textbook, we have to understand what they are very clearly, right? What is a module? Module is the way you present the curriculum, right? There are different ways of presenting curricula. You can present the curricula in terms of modules. You can present the curricula, arranged it under the themes, right? Thematic curriculum, modular curriculum. You can present the curriculum in a spiral manner, the spiral structure of the curriculum. And you can simply give the basic instructions and let the teachers develop curriculum. A man called Stenhouse presented a curriculum model, right? So curriculum happens in the classroom. The teachers develop the curriculum, and the basic the outcomes, the standards are given, right, to maintain consistency in the country. So to do that, of course, the teachers have to be very, very professional, right? Because teachers in the school A should follow the curriculum instructions and interpret it in the classroom in the same way the teachers in school B too. It is very difficult, right? So in a country like ours, we have to present a kind of a centralized curriculum. So this time what we do is we present the curriculum in terms of modules, right? The instructional time for a course, for example, the junior secondary stage goes on for 4 years. If you take a subject like mathematics, right? So we have the 4-year curriculum, we have divided into 10-hour blocks. Each block or each unit goes on for 10 hours. So a 10-hour block is called a module, right? So per term, right, we have altogether 35 modules, right, for all the subjects. I will come to the subject distribution a little later, right? There are 35 modules. That means 350 hours of learning. The learning time for all the subjects per term in the junior secondary stage is 350 hours, right? That means 35 modules. There is a way the modules are distributed among subjects. For certain subjects, per term, 3 modules. For others, there are other subjects, right, which are weighted as 2 modules per term. There are subjects weighted as 1 module per term, right? That means, and this 10-hour learning block, completion of a 10-hour learning block successfully is assumed as to have earned 1 credit, right? When you have completed 10 hours of guided learning, 10 hours of guided learning, teacher's guidance. And when you have completed it successfully, there are standards, right? When you achieve the minimum standard, then you are supposed to have earned a credit. So reporting happens in terms of credits, and then we have to have a kind of a distinction in terms of GPV. Grade point values are identified. So reporting happens in terms of them and GPA finally, right? So if you say a child has earned 3 credits per mathematics the first term, how many hours of learning? 30 hours of learning. That is the logic, right? Now I will come to the arrangement of the curriculum or the syllabus per module, right? Now these are, of course, for the bigger curriculum. A module has a fixed number of learning outcomes, a manageable amount of learning outcomes, 1 or 2 maybe, or 3, right? Because it goes on only for 10 hours. So we have to be mindful of the management of content, management of learning. So we have learning outcomes dedicated for a module. And then the content that goes on for 10 hours. So it cannot exceed. So we can't overload the content. The content is limited for 10 hours. So from the bigger curriculum, you select the content for 10 hours. So for the junior secondary level, there is a curriculum that goes on for 4 years. Right? So out of that, you have the module and the limited content for that module. And then to achieve learning outcomes using this content, you have the performance standards. I told you, in a competency-based education system, it is necessary to have learning outcomes and standards. So we have the performance standards, right? In a module, there are performance standards. How well a child can achieve the learning outcomes. I told you, successful completion, there is a level, right? To achieve a credit, there is a level. So what is that standard? That is given very clearly. And how you can assess, for that you need assessment criteria. How you can assess that. So we have those things. The learning outcomes, content, performance standards and assessment criteria, right, for a module. Now this is, of course, this bigger structure is based on Hilda Taba's model. Right? There are different people in education we can identify, right? They have developed different modules. This is based on Hilda Taba's model. Please go home and look for Hilda Taba's model. Right? This is a kind of a developed version of Hilda Taba's model. Right? So that is how the curriculum, the bigger curriculum is structured. And a module is structured with learning outcomes, content, performance standards, and assessment criteria. Right? Now, where's the textbook? For each module, there is a printed document. There is a printed document. It is in that printed document you find, there are two documents. One is the teacher's guide, the other one is the student's instructional material. Right now in the system, we have one textbook for the entire year. But with this, what we have done is, for each module, there is a printed material. That is called the instructional material. So if you say you are going to replace the textbook with the module, that is a disaster. Right? Don't try to understand this in that way. Right? We have to understand this as educationists, teachers, people in the industry. Right? People in the industry. Right? Okay, I will tell you a good story. English teachers, where are our teachers of English? Okay, right now we have this concept called, English teachers know this better, elocution. What is elocution? To help people speak eloquently. Right? Eloquently. We know, the people in language teaching, we know what it is. It is mainly in drama and theatre. Right? It happens mainly in drama and theatre. Right? So we know it, and therefore we know what it is. But for the poor mothers in the village, it is elocution. It is elocution. They don't know that it is elocution. For them, it is elocution. On the tuition. Right? So don't become somebody like elocution. We have to understand this very clearly, what a module is. Right? the document you print and give, right? It has the content given, it has the activities, everything is there, right? So that is what is called a module, right? And a credit means once you complete the 10-hour module with the expected level, we hypothesize that you have earned a credit, right? This is different from the college credit system where you have 50 notional hours. There are different ways of say defining the credits, right? This is school credit system. 10 hours of learning is equal to 1 credit, right? Please remember that, right? Hereafter, don't say that we are going to replace the module, replace the textbook with module. No, no, that's not the case, right? The present textbook is limited, but the instructional material that comes with the modules is, right? So instead of 1 textbook, sometimes you have for each 10 hour, there is 1, right, instructional material. So that becomes more help, a kind of a more support, enhanced support. Right. Then we have the essential learning and further learning. I will show it to you. The curriculum is presented in 3 blocks: essential, further, and transversal. Right. And then at grade 9, there is there is a skills assessment, a national skills assessment to help the children determine whether the children have reached the necessary literacy skills to continue their higher education, which starts from grade 10. Whether they have achieved necessary mathematical, numerical levels, numeracy skills, numeracy skills. And then to determine the tendency where they are good at, whether it is scientific orientation, technological orientation, whether it is aesthetic orientation. We know that there is this concept called multiple intelligences, right? Where the child is good at. Based on that, they are given the opportunity to select their future pathways, right? So those are the 3 major things, right, we have in the junior secondary curriculum, which we are going to introduce from 2026 onwards, right? So it is, the junior secondary curriculum is divided into 3 sections. First one is the essential section. We have the subjects. There are 14 subjects, including financial literacy, right? And there is one component, that is sports clubs and societies, which is for participation, only for participation, right? And for that block, we have allocated 30 credits. That means 300 hours, 30 modules, right? 30 modules, including the 2 modules for sports clubs and societies, right? And then against each subject, there is one module presented under the label of further learning. Oh, there are these 2 concepts: the essential competencies and desired competencies. Desired is the level, right? If you can reach that, but we don't force you. And in our system, there are children, right, who need more uh, advanced knowledge in mathematics, because they are the people who are going to develop a career in that area. Right? There are children who need more deeper knowledge in languages, deeper knowledge in maybe history, deeper knowledge in aesthetics. The basic skill, basic block provides you basic knowledge. I mean, the essential knowledge. It's not basic, essential knowledge, right? And deeper knowledge is provided in the second block. But everybody does not necessarily have to learn everything. You can decide, right, which modules you are going to take. Only 3 modules. Right? Say, if you are good at mathematics, initially, actually in grade 6, this won't happen, right? In grade 6, we give them the opportunity to test, right? But little by little, they can, when they stabilize in the system, they understand their skills, right? So you can select 3 modules, further learning, to deepen your learning in preferred 3 subjects. And the next one is transversal skills, right? This is how it is given. This block is a new addition. The entire structure is a new addition, and this block is a new addition. This transversal skills block, there we produce them the opportunity. They are like capstone modules. Do you know the concept of capstone modules? Whatever you learn, you get an opportunity to put them into practice. See the names of the modules? These are not subjects, please remember. These are modules. Appreciation of literature. They go with either mother tongue English or second national language, right? Right now, of course, we have for mother tongue and second national language. And sorry, English. Media studies from grade 8 onwards, media studies that help you improve your communication skills, right? Those who are good at that particular area can develop a career. And then we have service sector studies, I told you, to understand the relevance of industries and service sector into economic development. They have to study and they have to understand. They don't have to wait until they get out of the school to understand that there are 2 things, industries and service, right? Services and industrial exposure. And then we have global studies, right? This is right, global studies, to help you understand global skills, international exposure, right? And then social services. This is also a very important and a very interesting area, right? Volunteerism. You understand problems, you think of a solution, you plan it, you implement that, right? And you come up with good solutions for the problems you have in your locality, right? Volunteerism. This is something we don't celebrate in our country, but in the West, people celebrate volunteerism. Once I visited a farm, run by a public trust in the United States, right, of America, USA, that is in New England, right, in Manchester, towards Canada. Right. They have this farm where you have all the traditional practices during the uh, the season where they collect maple sap, maple trees, right? They come from various places with their horses, right? Their carriages, and they have races. Right? They conduct competitions to collect maple sap. Right? That's a wonderful place. And there is a shop, a souvenir shop, There you can buy anything. You can buy maple syrup, maple toffees, and anything, uh, produced in that farm. That was a Sunday, and after visiting the farm, I went to the counter, the cashier. I bought a few things, and I went to the cashier. There was a man, a tall man, elderly man, right at the cashier, as the cashier, and he had a badge. He was wearing a badge, volunteer, right, and to say that he was volunteering that day. I just had a chat with him. I asked, okay, you are volunteering today. And he said, yeah, of course, today is a Sunday and I'm free. So I wanted to volunteer a bit. And I asked him, what do you do in your life other than this? He must have a job. He told me, I'm the mayor of this county. Right? I'm the mayor of this county. Nagaradipati Tamai, volunteer. So that's the place they have given to volunteerism. But in Sri Lanka, right, it's very rarely we volunteer. Right? So this is giving them opportunity to volunteer, social services, and health and sports, aesthetic appreciation. Right? Aesthetic is not only for the people who are going to be Visharad or who are going to say sit the graded exams. Aesthetics is something that we should be able to appreciate, right? And it is, and maybe we don't want to dance, but if we can appreciate dance, maybe we cannot say I cannot, I'm not good at aesthetics. I cannot draw, I cannot dance, I cannot sing, I cannot play a music instrument, but I should be able to appreciate, right? Different forms of art, right? You go to an exhibition, art exhibition, but you don't understand anything there, right? Recently, I was invited to an art exhibition by one of my friends, right? And I was there to inaugurate it. Right? I didn't understand anything. That is because I have not been given that training at school, aesthetic appreciation. So that is there. Foundation for career readiness, social emotional skills, digital citizenship. These are all not new subjects, but linked to those subjects, right? But they are more like giving them the practical opportunities, right? So this is how the curriculum is structured. The see here credits, they tell us the number of modules, right? And if you multiply the number of credits by 10, you get the number of hours of learning, guided learning for those subjects. Now it is, say, weighted in a way, such a way that certain subjects get more credits, right? This is the international practice, right? Of course, there are, there are people who say, no, let's make it all 3 credits and let's give them to select, right? Those who don't want to select mathematics, okay, they can select the others. But this is, remember, education for foundation for life. So a little bit of mathematics, science, and everything is needed for us, right? So that's why we have done it this way, right? And if you look at all any international example, you will find that at this level they do the same, right? So for mother tongue, whether it is maybe it is Tamil or Sinhala, we have dedicated 3 credits. That means 30 hours of learning per term, 90 hours of learning per year. And for 4 years, how many? 360 hours of learning. So when we give them the final report with credits, right? With credits, after they have completed their junior secondary education, we give them a certificate, right? A report card. In that report card, it is mentioned that for mother tongue and literature, Sinhala or Tamil, they have collected how many credits? 36 credits. Those who go through the certificate, they know, okay, this particular person has learned mother tongue and literature for 360 hours during this particular period. So it communicates something to the public. Now, have you gone through your school leaving certificate? What does it say? School leaving certificate? What does it say? Have you got one with you? A school leaving certificate? What does it say? It says, right, see, in my school leaving certificate, there is a section where, the principal has to say what you have studied. There are a few places, when I got my admission to a new school, right, after grade 5, right, in my, sorry, I was admitted to a new school in grade 5, right? I left my first school in grade 4. And the principal has written, හතරවෙනි ශ්‍රේණියට අදාළ විෂයන් සිංහලෙන්. Now nobody knows what are those අදාළ විෂයන්. Nobody knows, right? Then when I left grade 5, පස්වෙනි ශ්‍රේණියට අදාළ විෂයන් සිංහලෙන් පස්වෙනි ශ්‍රේණියේ ශිෂ්‍යත්ව විභාගය සමත් වී ඇත. Like that it goes on, right? අධ්‍යාපන පොදු සහතික පත්‍ර සාමාන්‍ය පෙළට අදාළ විෂයන් සිංහලෙන්. Nobody knows what are those අදාළ විෂයන්. But we recommend a system where, the subject and the time, guided time you have spent to study that subject is given in the report. So that's why this credit system is there, right? And it is not the university credit system, please remember, right? 1 credit is equal to 10 hours of guided learning and achieving the minimum standard, right? Because there are different standards. How well? There are children who achieve, right? Because there are differences. There are differences. Okay. So sports clubs and societies, the last one, right? We have dedicated 2 credits to that. That means 20 hours a term. This is to give value to sports clubs and societies. Right now we have in our school system, right? There is no way of valuing. That's why at a leading school, you have the colors nights and other things, and see the destruction, right? It ended up in a destruction, right? But it is not we engage in sports, right? Not to run in Olympics, right? But for our health. And we learn a lot of things. So everybody should engage in a sport activity. Everybody should engage in a club or a society, right? Earn a credit. You can say, decide, this term I'm going to engage in this particular sport activity and this club activity. So that helps us create a kind of a wholesome personality in children. Today, what happens is, say you have the clubs and you have sports activities, right? But the science teacher is more interested in science and he discourages the club activities and sports activities. උඹට දුවලා හරියයි හැමදාම. Oh, duopanko. That's what the science teacher or the mathematics teacher says. And we have to come out of that. And the global school health survey, the Sri Lankan report of the global school health survey released this year says the Sri Lankan children, majority of the Sri Lankan children are vulnerable to non-communicable diseases because of the sedentary lifestyle they have. They don't get an opportunity to do sports activities, right? And they are kept seated right throughout. So that is one of the biggest problems. So we have to overcome that problem, and that's why we have brought this, right, in the essential component, right, in the essential block, right. Here only 3 credits, remember, right? Maybe it is mathematics, maybe English, maybe science, maybe from literature. You select 3 subjects and here take only 1 module. And it goes on. It is added to your profile. And finally, you can decide where you are going to specialize. Maybe it is mathematics, maybe science, right? So you simply create your own pathway, vision for life. That's how it happens. And so I'm not going to brief you about the senior secondary because we have time and we have to comprehend this very well. And right, so the module, and now I have told you all this, right? So we have a proposal to make each timetabled period 50 minutes. Why is that? Now we have 40-minute periods. Why 50 minutes? Because the pedagogy is different, right? It is not that a teacher comes and keeps on teaching for 50 minutes. No. Lot of activities. And this is, of course, activity based learning, right? This is constructivist paradigm. So different activities. Now it's true that, you know, when the time period becomes longer, children cannot pay attention, right? The motivation curve goes down. That happens if the teacher teaches for 50 minutes. This is not teaching, teacher centered. This is not even learner centered, learning centered. So, different activities. So, there is no time for children to, you know, for the motivation curve to go down, right? Teacher's role becomes different. Teacher is the facilitator, the manager of the learning, and children have to learn. That's how a module is structured. That's how a module is structured. And within the module, right, we have different activities, and right throughout the child is assessed. 70% weightage is given to formative assessment. Right, there will be at least 5 assessment points. And there will be a final assessment within the module, right, which is not going to be a heavy exam, but to check whether the child has captured everything, reached the level. Okay. And now when we say 70% for the formative assessment, the question that comes is, what about then the teachers will have their discretion and we can do whatever we want now. There are guidelines, there are rubrics, right, to maintain consistency, because the way you assess is different from the way you assess if there isn't a rubric, right, if there are no guidelines. So we have to be very careful, we have to understand the rubric, because the rubric is made available to the student as well, even the parents know, right? Now if you use your discretion, that will backfire on you. The children will definitely question, because children know, right? Have you ever done take home assignments? Yes, take home assignment is given and the rubric is given, right? So you go home, you do the assignment, you think that it is very easy. No, it is not easy, because you have to read, understand the rubric, and then you have to do the assignment to get the best possible marks, right? By the time you submit, you know, okay, right, I should have got this mark. And if your teachers don't give that, you can challenge, right? So that is the advantage of rubric based marking assessment, right? Because you cannot do, you can do it with subjectivity, otherwise it is subjective, right? And we suggest a system where the marks given to the children by teachers will be evaluated by a third party, right? In schools, right, the section head, say if you have parallel classes, mathematics head will come to the class and check randomly whether the teacher's mark is justifiable, right? And then somebody else also will, in the case of government schools, a third party evaluation come from we suggest that they should come from the zonal education office or the divisional education office, and they should check, right? So that strict verification and validation is necessary here. Right? So in schools like yours, please make arrangements that, the grade heads or the subject heads, they take, they do validate marks, and you can get somebody from another school to come and check, right? So that is totally third party validation. This happens with the international education boards like City and Guilds. They all do that, right? So at the beginning, of course, I know it's going to be a little complicated and people, because we are not familiar with that. But in your schools, of course, you can do this, right? In government schools, yes, maybe we have say issues, right, with the traditional mindset. But in international schools, you can practice this and you can set the example to the government schools. This is how we should learn from each other. We have to learn from each other, right? So the 50-minute period we need to conduct all those things. Very recently, somebody, asked me, now we have this Matrukanukula Kata. How can we do that? Because, assessment is difficult, because for 3 minutes, one child has to speak, for another 3 minutes, another child, and it goes on for more than 50 minutes, and it's a disaster. I told, yes, but just think of another way to assess the children in this skill, right? What are the, just think of modalities. Can you suggest me something? Have you seen the Toastmasters? How it happens at Toastmasters clubs? You have a topic, and then you sit, right, in a circle, and everybody is given the opportunity to speak a sentence. If you don't have a sentence, then you pass it. What the teacher can do is observe it, right, and during that period you can assess how many children can speak according to the relevant to the topic. What is the number of children who miss, right? And remember, it is not only, understanding that these children cannot, right? After that, we have to help them. After detecting the issue with certain children, we have to help them, right? So you can have a second round after supporting them. You can have a second round or a third round, and then you have to take them up to that level, right? We have to take them up to that level. It is not that you say, okay, this child cannot. No, right? It's a continuing qualitative activity, right? And finally, at the end of the module, you have one test that doesn't have, that doesn't necessarily have to be a written examination. You can have different kinds of things, right? A written examination is also preferred, no problem, right? You can finally assess the child, and it's a combination of marks that determines the level, grade point average, right? So if they reach a particular level, that level you can, even if you don't get marks from the final assessment, you can reach that, because we have to celebrate classroom learning, guided learning. A child, when that child is in the classroom listening to the teacher, being and working with the other children, so still they get some kind of knowledge, some kind of skill, right? That we have to celebrate rather than labeling that child a failure, right? So that is what it is. And this timetabling, right, is another issue, right? When you do the timetable for 50 minutes for grade 6, what is going to happen to the rest? We have to convert the entire school into 50-minute periods, no problem, because see, mathematics, you have 5 40-minute periods. That means 200 minutes. 50, 15 to, so when you divide that by 50 per week for 4 periods, that's how we have to do that, right? And now this, the extension of school time till 2, there is a reason for that, right? Now, the our friends from the trade unions, they say, no, we can't do that. Why is it there, right? To give children and teachers both more free time. So we have suggested 2 intervals or perhaps 1 interval. It's up to the school to decide. See here, after 3 periods, you get the interval, right? You have the interval here. It's a shorter break, right? Now what the advantage here is, say you don't have to go on for 5 periods to, it's a longer time, right? So that's where your tendency, your motivation goes down, right? After 3 periods, you take a break. The break is for the teacher and the student both. And then they start again and go for 2 periods. Then you have another break, right? And then you finish another 2 periods and you finish the day. These breaks help you restart, right, with a fresh mind. So that's why we have suggested 2 breaks for both students and teachers, right, to give them some relaxation, some time to have some water, maybe to stretch out, right, rather than keep on sitting for a longer time. That's why we have suggested to increase the break time and to give them 2 breaks. Schools can decide, right? Those schools that value the psychological health of the children and teachers, they can go for 2 breaks. Right? This is something, of course, we have to practice and we have to do, and our researchers can do a research, and because we are now up to 2025, we are used to a system where you go for five periods and then you get a shorter break and then you go for another 3 periods, right? So we can do a research to find which one is the better one, right? Whether we can go for a two breaks, right? And to have more relaxation, right? These are some of the areas we can engage in research and prove, rather than telling no, we can't do that, right? During the first year, let's do it, and let's see what difference we can make, right? If we can make a difference, right? So normally, tell me honestly, which way do you prefer? To teach for 3 periods continuously and get a break, or to teach for 3 periods and then, right, instead of going for 5 periods, 2 periods, get a shorter break and refresh yourselves and go to the next block, 2 periods, and then you go for another break and 2 more. Which one do you like? Or continuously you work until you are burnt out, exhausted for 5 periods, and then get a break. Which one do you like? First one or the second one? First one means this one, 2 breaks, right? Yeah, because then you after the break you go to the class with a fresh mind, right? So that is the psychology behind this, right? That we have to understand, right? The extension of school time is for the benefit of the children and the teachers both, for their psychological health, right? Okay, next year let's try this and please come up with data, right? Talk to the people, talk to the teachers, talk to the students, and get their idea which one is better, right? When do you feel relaxed, right? Is it with the older, the one, or the new one, right? The former setup or the new setup? Please try to put it into practice and see which one you like. And now, just listening to me and having looked at it, you say, okay, this one is better. That is because you know how exhausted you are after 5 periods, continuously working for 5 periods, right? If you are exhausted, what about the children? Maybe they are utterly exhausted. When I was a student, uh, there was a temple near our school, right? And at Dane time, the bell went. When the bell goes at temple, I know in another 20 minutes we get the interval. I was waiting for the temple bell. So exhausted. Right? So this is how things happen. And that's why we have proposed this. Please see, right? Try to change the timetable and see whether you will be able to, right, see the difference. Right? I invite you, especially the international schools, because you can decide, right, whether to go for 2 breaks or not, right? And going for a longer break, I don't think it works, because here the idea is to give them 2 breaks, right? and to give them that relaxation, much needed relaxation for a fresh start, right? Okay. So these are some of the critical things I wanted to discuss with you. If you have questions, right, I think Mr. Ranga has sent me a list of things, FAQs, and I think I have answered most of the FAQs, but if there is anything you want to know more, now it is time for you to open your mouths. Any questions? Even from the other places, right? Remote stations. If there are questions, please you can ask them. You can use the chat box. And this is a modality for teacher development I've been proposing the government, and with that, of course, we have developed this concept of applied resource hubs. At one place you conduct the session and you are linked to the other stations remote, right? And we are still trying to come to terms with technology, but here I got the opportunity to practice it. Thank you, Ms. Taranga. Because at the same time, we are, I think, though it is a small group here, I'm talking to a group of nearly 400 teachers, all the schools within your network. That's a wonderful thing. Thank you. They are just examples. Those, yes, in the document, there are different timetables provided. Those are just examples, right? You can go through and you can, but remember, I forgot to tell you one very important thing, right? We need only 50 days, 50 plus days to run the entire curriculum. Yes, one term. Now, when we have, say, this 3 module things, right? Sorry, here, the 3 module things, after each 12 days, right? The 12th day, you can set the timetable in such a way, say, for the 3 module subjects, you can have the module end assessment on the same day, right? In the entire school system, you can do that on the 12th day. 12th day, in the sense, what happens is, it's normally, you can do the curriculum like this. Say, let's take mother tongue and literature. You can have it, say, mother tongue and literature, Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday, you can, if it is the first period, you can have some other subject, and then Thursday and Friday. 4 days are gone, right? Like that, you go on for how many weeks to complete the first module? You need 3 weeks. 4, 8, 12. Right? Say, if public holidays don't come in the middle, right? By the 4th Friday, you can have the test for all the subjects. Then you start the next one. So I have done a timetable. I will share that with you, right? Doing the timetable is not, because first you understand that you need this many days to complete the module, right? To complete a module, you need 12 50-minute periods. Then it becomes 600 minutes. That means 10 hours, right? So you do it. We can do a national timetable. without any issue, we can do a national timetable everywhere, irrespective of differences. Maybe it is government, maybe it is um, international schools. The only problem is with Muslim schools, right? For all the other schools, we can have one timetable. So everywhere in the country, whether it is a government school or an international school, if you run the local curriculum, right? If on the very, or say, if on the very first Monday you have mathematics in grade 4, right? When we run parallel classes, right? You have to change. But when it comes to the uh, assessment, you can have it on the very same day, right? Whatever it is on the very first day, you can have the first lesson. Second day, you can have the second lesson. Third day, you can have the third lesson or the third activity or whatever you have in the module. You can have consistency across the country, right? So there are such things, right? New things we have to think of, and we have to work together, and we have to learn lessons from, say, from government schools. There are lessons we need to learn, and from international schools, government schools can learn lessons, right? And sorry, I forgot to show you what is happening to the primary, right? So the key stage system is there, right? There are 9 common learning areas for all 3 stages. The learning areas are these, right? So we have brought, see, elementary science with ERA, and then integrated aesthetics education. Integrated aesthetic education, right? This has not been there for a long time, right? Only in the 1972 curriculum, we found integrated aesthetic studies, the national curriculum. We have brought it back to the primary curriculum, right? Any question? Yes.
Some students can select mathematics.
Yes, yes, of course. Of course. Allocation, of course, yeah. You know, I don't know whether you have received that document. There is a particular formula for you to select subjects, right? To avoid confusion in selection of further learning modules, right? There is a particular classification. There's a formula. I will ask them to share that with all the international schools as well, right? From one category you select one, from the other category you select one, like that. Otherwise, it's going to be, at the beginning, it's going to be a very difficult thing. But little by little, we have to think of the other pillars, right? If it is a junior secondary school, what is the optimum number of classes you can have, parallel classes, and how many teachers? With that, of course, you can improve it more, right? Further learning as well, yes, for the maths, because it is not teaching, but getting them to learn, and when and where necessary, teachers help. No, no, that depends, according to the way you select. Some can say, some students will go to the aesthetics destinations, right? It's not that 2 or 3 teachers come into the same class. I will get, I will share that document with you. So then you can understand what it is, right? Yeah, this is the complicated place when it comes to timetabling. right? I think you have not received that, right? There are 3 categories, category 1, 2, and 3, right? So, and see this further learning thing, normally it comes at the end of the essential learning. Once you have completed essential learning modules, only the further learning comes. And technology thing comes, that can come at the beginning, from the beginning onwards, right? But other subjects, for mathematics, to start further learning, you have to finish the essential, right? So then you can say arrange it accordingly. Yeah. No, we can't do, because further learning should come later. It is further learning. First you go, if it is mathematics, first you go with the essential learning modules. Then you have to further learning, say after, for the mainly it is after the, say we have 50 days, right? For the first 40 days you go with the, normally roughly for the first 40 days you go with the essential learning. It's only after that you can decide the further learning. You go for essential learning for the first few weeks, right? When you do the curriculum, when you do the timetable, right? You have the 3 module subjects, 2 module subjects. You first do that, and then, right, you get them to do the further learning. Otherwise, how can you decide? Without finishing the essential, you cannot decide the further, right? That is the logic.
When we prepare the timetable.
Yeah.
From the beginning, you have to prepare the timetable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, according to this specimen, there are 35 periods. In these 35 periods, we mentioned there technology for life, essential studies, and transversal studies also.
Yeah.
So if you allocated the periods, so how to run the school?
Why?
Now, because the further learning, of course.
No, I told you for the learning, right? Major subjects, except for technology, should start after the essential, after you have completed the essential modules.
We have allocated few periods for essential studies. No? For the learning also we allocate 3 periods.
Please don't do that. These are just suggestions, but some of the suggestions, don't follow these, right? School, I told you, right? You have to think in terms of days. 50 days, right? 50 days. Please forget this. 50 days you have, right? So the first day you finish the, right, first lesson or whatever, essential. Like that it goes on, right? For a for a module to be finished, you need how many days? 12 days, right? For a subject like mathematics, to finish the essential subjects, you need how many? 36 days. For a subject like this, second national language, you need 12 days. For this, you need 24 days. Right? That's how you have to think of timetabling. Yeah, and with further learning, plus 12, 48 days. Right? But everybody is not going to study those 12 days. They are going to change, right? Here with 12, it's going to be 24, right? Here with another 12, it's going to be 36. Right? There is a bit of mathematics here, right? Yeah. Yeah, but remember, it is not that they do it at a stretch. When you do the timetable, that will not happen. Right? When you do the timetable, that will not happen because, you know, here you have 12 per module, right? When you do the timetable, it's going to be difficult, right? It's not that on the first day you have second national language, second day, and after 12 days you do it. No, right? It will not happen. Who are the people who do timetabling? Vice principals. Vice principals, please contact me. I will I will give you another session on timetabling, right? Understand, please understand that we need. So now see, that's why I told you 48 days, right? Plus 2 more days, and it's 50 days to cover 350 hours. A term, per term we have more than 50 days. Normally the school year is somewhere around 191 or 200 days, right? So we need only 150 days a year for academics. The rest you can use for other things, right? Managing these 150 days, particularly 50 days per term for academics, is the challenge, right? So when you do the timetable, please first try to do it. Sorry. Day 1, day 2, right? Then try to put it into Monday, Tuesday accordingly, right? First, don't do it Monday, Tuesday. First, try to do it according to days, 50 days. Then try to translate that into Monday, Tuesday, right? They have to do that, yes, in the CMA. Yes, yes. And every Friday, the last 2 periods, if you can dedicate that for clubs and societies, right? You can go ahead like that.
Then what you mean by the technology for life?
Sir, I told you, please don't refer to this, right? This is just an example. If you blindly follow this, we won't go anywhere. Technology for life, you can start a little early because technology for life and technology for life is a essential subject. That is not a further learning subject. Yes. Yeah. Teacher allocation, of course, have you gone through the curriculum? Please go through the curriculum, then you will find that, some of the teachers who are right now, who are available right now can handle that, right? Because it is entirely technology for life. And for those specialized subjects which you offer as further learning, then of course, yes, you will have to. So depending on your resources initially, please try to have, and little, later you will have to find people. Yeah. Transversal, okay. Here, actually, you don't need, for certain subjects, you don't need specialized teachers. For example, social service, right? Interested teachers can handle these because the module says everything. So teachers don't have to teach anything, right? And global studies, the geography teacher, civic teacher, right, can handle, civic teacher can handle, history teacher can handle, right, if you go through the curriculum. Health and sports, of course, we have teachers, right? Career readiness, the counseling, career guidance teachers can handle, right? Social emotional skills, again, right, any teacher can handle it because that is not linked to a particular subject, right? Digital citizenship, IT teachers can handle this mainly, right? Appreciation of literature, Sinhala, Tamil or English teachers can handle this, right? And media studies, media teachers can handle, and even the language teachers can handle this. Health and sports, okay, I think I have given everything. Service sector studies and industrial exposure, commerce teachers can handle this too. That you can, of course, the transversal skills you can, yes. Right? What are the other challenges? Please, some of these things, please don't be guided by them. Right?
No, the problem is our principal, they used to prepare timetable from the beginning of the year. So when they prepare the timetable, they have to mention the subject.
Yes.
So if the time allocation or subject allocation there, they can allocate periods for subjects.
Yeah, here also you can do that, right? Basically. We have 7 periods, right? Sorry?
6, 10, 7.
Oh, sorry.
And another problem, we allocated 2 periods for aesthetic subjects.
Hmm.
So, but we use 3 aesthetic subjects. Yeah,
It's okay. So if you want, you can, no. Here, aesthetics, right, one period, they go to different places. So aesthetics, art, music.
Aesthetic subjects.
Yes. Yeah.
Like 2 periods for this.
No. You know, this is art, music, dance.
Yeah.
These also art. This I gave the generic name, right? I gave the generic name, but they go to different places, right? Okay, so you can do the timetable like this. First,
Time we can allocate to essential subjects early.
yes.
Change the timetable.
No, further learning later for the essential subjects.
Gain the time.
No, please do this, the timetable for the entire term for 350 hours first, right?
Then when we
Balance it.
further learn
Further learning later.
after.
Yes.
Same timetable.
Same timetable, right? So now, so say you have this, right? This is for one class. So for the first week, second week, like that, for the 50 days, you do the timetable, right? Now, this is, say, mother tongue, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You need 3 blocks like this to complete one module for mother tongue, right? Now, for all these subjects, this is like this. This 1 and 2, civic 1, religion 1 and 2, history 1, history 2, right? See how it goes on. The second language, second national language will not end immediately after 12 days. So in the timetable, so you have to NL here, right? Maybe once again here, right? Say two periods a week, and it will go on for 6 weeks. It's only after that you start if you have further learning, right? Don't try to comprehend it the way as one block. You start on the first day and you finish it. There is a way you set the timetable, right? For the subjects you have more modules, right? They have a different frequency, right? Like that it goes on, right? The first principle we have to understand is it is a 50-day timetable. 50-day timetable. Then only we can set the timetable, right? Please try it, the vice principals, right? I know it's a kind of a tough task, but you can do it. Don't worry. I know because I have been a vice principal and I have set timetables. I know how difficult it is because even now, the normal timetable, it's difficult. But since you have done it, right, now what you do is, right, you copy paste and do it. This, of course, you have to think afresh and do it for 50 days. Once you have done the first timetable, no problem, right? And when you do this, please remember, right, understanding that it is for 50 days, right? Think of how you finish the first module, second module as well, right? Because, after 4 weeks for these subjects, right, you get the assessment, right? If you have, say, 4 parallel classes in the school, on the very same day, you have to have the assessment. Otherwise, there will be issues, right? That you can do. You can set the timetable. First do it, please, then I will share what I have done. I have done it because I know this comes from the system. නේද? අර පොඩි කාලේ කියන්නේ පුළුවන් නම් කණෙන් අල්ලපන් කියලා. No, it's not just telling. I should be able to do that.
Can we get a specific timetable for the first term?
I will first do it, then I will share. It's a challenge, right? Because we can do this. Say in 3 hours you can finish. In 3 hours you can finish the timetable. Put it on an Excel sheet to it, right? And then you copy the rows and change them, right, for parallel classes. That's what you do. She will help you. You use IT, sorry, AI. No. Oh, if you use AI, you can help her, right? Because it's just, writing a prompt. The prompt has to be very comprehensive, right? You should be learning how to use AI. All the teachers, they need to use AI as your companion for, that is what is called cognitive collaboration, right?
Modules are very much very large early English medium modules and teacher guides for the teachers.
Yeah, the teachers' guides, of course, for the first term, there won't be printed teachers' guides because, for term-wise, they have prepared. And at the end of the year, everything will be compiled and printed. You can download them. Yes, website, you can download them. And the modules, the translated modules for science, mathematics, right, for those subjects, you can write a letter to the Education Publications Department giving them the numbers, right? So they can make them available. You can buy them from the bookshop, EPD bookshop. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And I don't know if you can make arrangements for the school to buy the entire lot, and then I don't know, that's.
How long
That I can't tell you because, EPD is a separate department and yeah, they'll be, but what they told me yesterday is, the international schools can make a request, email request, right? And you have to type the letter on a standard letterhead, right, format, and then please email it to them. They will respond to you. If they don't respond, let me know. By Monday, I will be able to give you more details, right? If you can, please write to them today or tomorrow, right? I will follow it up.
Are there any module-based textbooks there for grade 6?
For all the grades, right, for each module, there is a text book. Yeah.
Publication.
They are the
Publication.
publication, yes. Yeah.
Once I asked for the publication, they said they didn't prepare textbooks for grade 6 and grade 1.
No, the thing is, the concept of textbook is different today. For each module, there is a textbook. Right. Anything else?
Assessments, we have followed the assessment given in.
Yes, given, yes. First term, you can, but from the second year onwards, because, first year, it's more guided, right? And when you get, say, accustomed to the system, then of course you can, the school-wise assessment development, you can do that a little later. Yeah. Do we have questions from our colleagues from the remote stations? No. Okay, right. All right. Thank you very much then for being active listeners and active contributors. Many of you didn't ask questions, right? So I assume that it is one of the two things. A, I made it clear. B, you didn't understand anything. I don't know which one. Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Almost all our not only physical attendees but our online attendees also, we got to know what is the reforms, what is the objective behind this reform. That is also important. That is what you elaborated specifically, why NIE and the ministry, why you are doing this reform. So as private school teachers, now we are doing this national curricula, and all our students, they are facing for the O levels and A levels in this national stream. So we also have to follow the same thing what they are referring to. So that's why we did this program. So I hope you received sort of knowledge and understanding what is going on and how we have to change for the next year. So we also having certain
They are
hardship
referring to.
and
So that
challenges. This is also new thing to us, new thing to our teachers also. Anyhow, we have to adapt to the changes, and we'll try our best to adapt and as per the objectives given to give our best to our students. So first thing is to find the resources as well as to prepare the timetables, as Sir said, and to start our studies. There will be certain challenges like finding the English medium modules, and especially for students also still not available. And sometimes the modules still in Sinhala medium. So sometimes teachers, we have to get it and we have to translate and give it to students for some weeks until it's available for students to buy from the education publication division. So there will be some issues, hardships for everyone on this coming year. So we'll face for it, because anyway this is a challenge for the government and for us even. So we'll face it and we'll see. We'll also try our best to adapt to this challenge. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Darshana, for accepting and doing this whole program. I hope you all received the knowledge about the reforms and how it's going on. So once again, thank you very much, sir. I hope with your help, if any issues with the teachers, probably they will message us what are the issues coming up. So I will contact you. Please help us to give certain instructions to them as well. Okay, then thank you very much, all the teachers, Salahuddin sir, and teachers who are joining via online method. So I hope with this session we can learn further, because still some certain instructions available in Google also. But as I said, we can't take it as it is. Now the timetable what we prepared, now we have to change a little bit. So with those instructions will get the correct instruction. That's what I thought. Correct instructions we have to get, and we have to give the instructions to parents also. That is also important. So we'll do that, and let's see how we can adapt to the new changes. Thank you very much once again. Okay. Right, so
This is the life, okay?